Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It's now 11:57. Okay, the subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables as outlined in Resolution E15, which reads, resolved that the sum not exceeding $134,886,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables to make opening remarks up to 1 hour, and if they wish to introduce their staff, please do. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for joining us this morning. And I do want to recognize the fact that the staff are here with me and want to show appreciation for their time in preparing for today. I would also like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathering on Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I'm pleased to be here to share with you our priorities for 2022 to 23 in the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. As we head into this fiscal year, I'm full of optimism. The future of our wonderful province is very bright. Our population is growing and our economy is strong. We're emerging from 2 years of living with a global pandemic more resilient than ever. We have our challenges, of course, but I remain incredibly optimistic about our opportunities. After the last election, I was honored that Premier Tim Houston named me as his first Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables. It comprises of the former departments of Lands and Forestry and Energy and Mines. I feel a strong sense of pride and responsibility in my role. My grandfather, George Henley, was Minister of Lands and Forests under the Premier, John Ham. While I'm new to the role of a minister, I've been engaged with the department's work for many years as opposition critic. Now I humbly sit in the decision-making table with a mandate to work with forestry, energy, and mining sectors to ensure we create a sustainable Nova Scotia for our citizens today and for generations to come. Through my mandate letter and this budget, it is clear that this government is actively finding solutions to the great challenges of today. Climate change, renewable energy, new sustainable ways of supporting our traditional industries, and building a cleaner, greener future for all Nova Scotians. We are doing this with our overriding commitment to sustainable prosperity. It is our firm belief that a healthy economy and a healthy environment go hand in hand and support each other. Everything that I outline in these remarks and in my answers to your questions today is based on the commitment and belief. Our estimated budget, as it has been read, is nearly $135 million. It reflects the resources and changes within my department needed to get the job done. You have no doubt noted that this represents a 10% reduction from last year's budget. However, that should not be interpreted as lessening of our resolve to do our important work. That decrease is 100% a result of federal government's decision to end low carbon economy funding on March 31st. There was $21 million for this program in the department's 2021-22 budget. This multi-year funding agreement with the federal government began in 2018. In total, the province received $56 million through this funding. It was used to deliver a suite of programs focused on oil, heated home design to save energy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and create jobs in Nova Scotia. These programs include the Home Energy Assessment Program, Green Heat, and Solar Homes, to name a few. I am happy to say that we have invested provincial funding to keep these programs going, so Nova Scotians can still be able to benefit from them. The federal government has just released a new plan for a 40% cut in carbon emissions by 2030. They also tabled a federal budget yesterday. We look forward to learning more about what the federal plans mean for Nova Scotians and working with the federal and other partners towards our goals. Regardless of federal programs, we remain committed to a sustainable future for our province. Nova Scotia blazed the trail with the Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act in 2006. and we continue to be a national leader in the fight against climate change. In the new Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act that this government passed in the fall, we set some most ambitious goals in the country. To have 80% of our electricity needs filled by renewable energy by 2030, to achieve a 53% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and to become net zero by 2050. There isn't a single silver bullet solution to make this happen. We are not putting all our eggs in one basket. We are looking at all options, pursuing a diverse suite of solutions, and working in ongoing collaboration with many partners to make these goals a reality. Our shift towards clean, renewable energy is a shift away from coal. Just a decade ago, 80% of our electricity came from coal and heavy carbon fuels. By the end of this calendar year, it will be down to about 30%. Over the next 2 years, we are investing nearly $120 million in programs that reduce emissions and fight climate change. These include our core energy efficiency programs, as well as the Green Fund and community solar programs. We will continue to work with our partners across the Atlantic region on a path to get off coal-generated power. The Maritime Link and the Atlantic Loop are two of many options we are exploring, including wind, solar, tidal, and residuals from sustainably harvested wood, which can contribute to jobs, economic opportunities for all Nova Scotians. As we move towards our goals, I want to be clear that we will protect the ratepayers of Nova Scotia. They deserve clean, affordable, and reliable power. Through our amendments to the Electricity Act and the Public Utilities Act, we are making changes to improve the way electricity is delivered to Nova Scotians. We are looking at how we move forward with our relationship with Nova Scotia Power, and we will also learn on performance standards that will set through these amendments. In addition, we'll be active interveners in the Nova Scotia Power's general rate application currently before the UARB. Our priority is to protect ratepayers as we move toward our green energy future. I'd like to share some more about what we're doing to reach our clean energy goals. We took a significant step when we launched a request for proposals in February to secure 350 megawatts of electricity through low cost and innovative wind and solar solutions. When operational, these sustainable solutions will supply 10% of Nova Scotia's electricity from renewables and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by more than 1 million tons each year. This is as large a purchase for the electricity system as the Nova Scotia block from the Maritime Link. And it by far represents the largest potential from one single government action to reduce greenhouse gases. Wind energy is another renewable energy source we are looking to develop. No one in the Atlantic region has more installed wind energy capacity than Nova Scotia. We currently have 600 megawatts of wind capacity. Engagement with stakeholders is essential, and I want to note that the Mi'kmaq are leaders in Nova Scotia for the wind energy development. Nova Scotia holds as many of the prerequisites for attracting the global offshore wind industry as well. Offshore wind will play a key role in our region's future energy mix and economic growth. We are putting in place the right conditions now for the future development of these projects. Tidal energy development is also key for our region. Nova Scotia is a global player in this emerging sector that will result in green technologies, green jobs, a cleaner environment, and a predictable, renewable source of electricity. Our statistics are staggering. The Bay of Fundy has the highest tides in the world. They reach as high as 5-story buildings. Twice a day, 160 billion tons of seawater flows in and out of the bay. That's more than the combined flow of the world's freshwater rivers. We know that if developers can handle the tides in the Bay of Fundy, they can handle the tides anywhere in the world. It's an incredible tidal and marine resource in Nova Scotia, and we have highly skilled workforce to help us. We are a testing ground for the world's leading tidal technologies and home to some of the world's top marine researchers. FORCE is one of a host of international test centers exploring how tidal energy can contribute to decarbonization goals and clean energy targets. Over 300 companies have already found work in the Bay of Fundy emerging tidal energy sector, and total investments in approaching $200 million. On the day we started this session of the legislature, I was proud to introduce legislation to improve the Marine Renewable Energy Act. The amendments will improve the demonstration permit program and bring greater clarity about the Act's licensing system. They reflect industry feedback and 4 years of experience administering these programs. Beyond these large-scale projects, Nova Scotians are embracing energy efficiency and sustainable solutions in their own homes and businesses. Each year, we invest more than $30 million in our core energy efficiency programs. Home warming, affordable multifamily housing, home energy assessments, green heat, and small business energy solutions. These programs create jobs, help families save money, and reduce emissions through energy efficiency. These investments are helping in the fight against climate change while also reducing their personal energy costs. It's a win-win for Nova Scotians and the environment. Our investments have real impacts. For example, they have improved 2,500 Mi'kmaq homes and 11,500 public housing units. Help Nova Scotians save more than $180 million a year on their energy bills. Helped us avoid more than 1 million tons of carbon emissions every year. Help more than 21,000 low-income Nova Scotians get free home assessments and energy efficiency upgrades since 2007. Nova Scotia is a leader in energy efficiency programs to support these efforts. Our programs have reduced electricity demand by 12% since 2008 and account for 1 million tons of greenhouse gas reductions annually. We do a great deal of work with incredibly dedicated partners in efficiency in Nova Scotia. Solar electricity is more prominent in people's homes now more than ever. The Solar Home program helps residents get solar panels with the help of a rebate of up to $3,000. Currently, there are over 4,000 homes with solar panels, and we expect more will be installed this coming year. We are currently consulting with communities and stakeholders on future solar programs and hope to have more to share on that in the near future. When we started the Solar Home program, there were 13 approved installers in the province. Today, there are 73. That's hundreds of new jobs, and many of them in the rural communities. Let me be clear, we are paving the way to ensure Nova Scotians can freely invest in solar power to contribute to our sustainable future and reduce their energy bills. Our amendments to the Electricity Act will ensure Nova Scotia Power does not impede their efforts. We are guaranteeing Nova Scotians the full right to net metering without being charged for it. In partnership with the Assembly of Nova Scotia's Mi'kmaq Chiefs, we are delivering the Mi'kmaq Home Energy Efficiency Program. It provides deep energy retrofits for homes across all 13 First Nation communities in Nova Scotia, while also providing training for community members to complete this work. Home warming and affordable multifamily home programs provide financial support for energy retrofits for low-income households and affordable housing. They help lift Nova Scotians out of the energy poverty while also reducing provincial GHG emissions. The province also provides support for off-oil programming, helping homeowners reduce their energy consumption and switch from oil heating to cleaner and more efficient alternatives. Heating oil accounts for 50% of Nova Scotia's space heating energy, the highest in Canada, and we want to change that. The Home Heating Assessment Program provides up to $5,000 in incentives for home energy retrofits. We support the transition to high-performance building codes through programs such as Advanced New Home Construction Program offered through Efficiency Nova Scotia. They provide additional incentives for home builders to build beyond the current code. All of these programs support the local green workforce, including heat pump installers, lighting specialists, solar PV installers, and builders. They're currently employing more than 2,500 people in good paying jobs, many in rural Nova Scotia. Buildings contribute 12% of the total GHG emissions in the province. Energy efficiency and fuel switching play a key role in reducing this impact. That's why we offer startup costs for municipalities that offer property assessed clean energy financing for homeowners to do energy retrofits on their home. And that's why we committed to adopting the national 2030 net zero energy ready model building code. It requires higher energy performance standards for new construction. We also co-founded and developed the energy benchmarking pilot program. It improves building efficiency by allowing building owners to better track and understand energy consumption. In addition, the new Green Choice program will provide clean renewable energy to the federal and provincial governments and other large-scale customers like universities interested in achieving 100% renewable electricity goals. We will continue to work to strengthen energy efficiency programs offerings with our partners and communities to reduce GHG emissions from the building sector. We are also taking green energy on the road. Electric vehicles or EVs can help us to achieve our sustainable prosperity goals of having a cleaner economy that create jobs, support healthy environment, and benefit all Nova Scotians. We want to make EVs an option for even more Nova Scotians. Not only are EVs great for the environment, they can also help Nova Scotians save as much as $2,000 per year in fuel and maintenance costs. So far, we've supported the adoption of more than 500 new electric vehicles in our province and over 1,600 new electric bikes. Infrastructure is key to help people make the switch to EVs. In January, we announced $500,000 to install more electric vehicle charging stations across Nova Scotia. In March, Environment and Climate Change announced $1 million over 2 years for the Green Fund to provide incentives for installing smart charging stations in new and existing condominiums and apartments. And on budget day, my colleague, the Minister of Finance, highlighted that another $2 million in my department's budget in 2022-23 will be dedicated to expanding electric vehicle charging stations across Nova Scotia. We will also continue incentive programs like the one delivered by the Clean Foundation for new and used electric vehicles and electric assist bikes. The program provides rebates ranging from $500 per e-bike and as much to as $3,000 per vehicle. We are also committed to working with the auto and gas service industries so that 30% of their sales are zero emission vehicles by 2030. I would be remiss if I did not note that many of these renewable energy technologies that are helping us along the path towards our green energy goals are dependent on critical minerals. Critical minerals such as lithium, rare earth elements, tin, and zinc are essential raw materials for technologies such as wind turbines, solar panels, and electric vehicles. Nova Scotia has many of the critical minerals among our natural resources, and this sector has a role to play as a responsible and secure supplier to the green energy sector. As we take all of these important steps to adopt clean energy and reduce GHG emissions, we are also working in parallel to protect the natural environment that makes Nova Scotia such a special place to live and carefully manage the natural resources that are sustaining important industries in our economy. From our rugged coastline to the depths of our forest, we offer provincial parks, wilderness areas, and nature reserves that give Nova Scotians a place to connect with nature. They offer opportunities for recreation, nature tourism, research, and support our mental and physical health. They contribute to a healthy environment, a healthy population, a healthy economy, and social well-being. They help reduce biodiversity loss and contributes to important provincial, national, and international conservation efforts. And they conserve wildlife habitat and maintain essential ecosystems, which can increase resistance, resilience, and reduce vulnerability against climate change. We are committed to creating more protected areas in the province. 20% of Nova Scotia's total land and water mass protected by 2030 is what we are committed to. We work closely on this goal with our colleagues at Environment and Climate Change and with the Mi'kmaq on Indigenous protected and conserved areas. Our provincial parks give Nova Scotians opportunity to get outside and enjoy the physical and mental health benefits of being in nature. They're also an important part of the tourism industry, attracting visitors to explore our beautiful province and contribute to our economy. Everyone should be able to enjoy these natural treasures. That's why the department continues to make infrastructure upgrades to provincial parks, beaches, and campgrounds to make them more accessible to more people. In the past year, this work included rollout beach mats, adaptive equipment, as well as upgrades to facilities such as comfort stations, washrooms, picnic shelters, and more. We also made washrooms general neutral at numerous parks across the province. Thanks. This year, we plan to invest $1 million in the TCA funding to continue this accessibility work and do upgrades like lifeguard facilities, water systems, and other things that help our parks run smoothly. We're also advancing the multi-year redevelopment at Lawrencetown and plan to replace the main building this year. Our caveat about work plan for provincial parks is always that we still need to assess them each spring to determine if anything different is required, depending on how the winter went. We need to remain flexible. As we advance our work to protect wildlife, promote biodiversity, and sustainably manage our natural resources, we are welcoming back some key professionals who help us meet this mandate. Conservation officers were moved from the former Department of Lands and Forestry in 2015 to join a broader team of enforcement officials at what was then Department of Environment. While they continue to work closely with their staff, we feel they are more suited to reporting directly through my department. I'm pleased to welcome our 59 conservation officers back to the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables on April 1st. I note this change because it accounts for the increase in staff FTEs in my department and an additional $5.8 million in our budget. Our natural environment supports an abundance of wildlife, and we as government take our commitment to protecting wildlife seriously. The people in my department are dedicated to excellence in wildlife management. Teams of biologists and technicians are part of the on-the-ground work that is done to help manage wildlife issues every day. In Cape Breton, my department staff and the Mi'kmaq are working collaborative to manage the moose population. Across the province, I'm pleased to report that my staff have made considerable progress in renewing the Species at Risk program. They put a mainland moose recovery plan in place and completed recovery plans for all remaining species that fell solely under provincial responsibility. They've also reviewed and updated all other existing plans. As you are aware, I introduced amendments to the Wildlife Act on the first day of this city to address the growing problem stemming from feeding wildlife. Many people love seeing wildlife in their yards or think feeding is necessary for survival, particularly in the winter months. However, feeding draws wildlife into populated areas where the risk of damage, injury, or death is greater. The ability to develop regulation authority around inappropriate feeding under the Wildlife Act will help us manage and reduce these instances of human-wildlife conflict. We look forward to consulting with municipalities and other stakeholders to inform the development of these regulations. This effort will help reduce the incidence of orphaned or injured animals such as bear cubs. Therefore, it is well aligned with our commitment to explore options for rehabilitation of injured and orphaned bear cubs, which we continue to work on. Our natural environment also supports forestry as a way of life for thousands of Nova Scotians. This industry provides us with wood products we use every day and creates important economic activities, especially in our rural economies and communities. Our government has committed to conserving biodiversity, nurturing healthy forests, and supporting the sustainable forestry industry through innovative and better forest management practices. These changes are long overdue. We will make ecological forestry a success story for Nova Scotia. Foresters are already very focused on sustainability. Generation after generation, they've made their livelihoods off the land. I have great respect for these people, skilled workers, entrepreneurs, and contractors through the supply chain. They are contributing to our province's economy, creating jobs, and acting as stewards of our province's natural resource. They are important partners as our province moves towards a cleaner, greener future. Nova Scotians are also passionate about the state of our forests that are valued and enjoyed in so many ways. I truly believe we all want the same outcomes. We are delivering on our commitments by implementing recommendations from the Forest Practice Review and adapting the triad model of ecological forestry on Crown land. The triad model divides our land into 3 zones that work together to balance a diverse interest on our Crown lands. They are conservation zones, high production forestry zones, and mixed forest or matrix zones. It's a completely new approach for Nova Scotia, and the shift from where we are today to the new approach is large and complex. It is also a top priority for me and my department. It's difficult to put an exact dollar figure on the work because everyone in the department whose job touches on forestry, biodiversity, conservation has a role to play in this activity, working on implementing the recommendations of the Leahy Review. We are moving full steam ahead. We're working closely with the sector and stakeholders and doing work on many fronts as quickly as we can to make this a significant transition happen. There is work happening across all 3 legs of the triad. Key pieces are now done and implementation on Crown land has started. We have completed the Silviculture Guide for Ecological Matrix. It replaces the old Forest Management Guide and outlines silviculture and harvest methods within the matrix zone of Acadian forest on Crown lands. The triad model prioritizes biodiversity through low impact forestry and reduces clear cutting in areas where the guide will be applied. We have started training department staff and industry on how to understand the new guide and how it will be applied. We should have a timeline for full implementation soon. Until then, interim retention guides continue to apply for harvest approvals. We recently announced 1.7 million from last year's budget for a number of organizations to help them implementing ecological forestry, and will invest a similar amount this year, 1.8. The final report on high production forestry was released last July. It outlines criteria that will be used to identify, rank, and select high production forestry zones on Crown land. There are several streams of work underway right now that support this leg of the triad. Next steps for my department will be to identify the exact portion of Crown lands that will be dedicated to high production forestry. I appreciate the work of the department staff to get us to this point. There is still a ways to go. We recently completed consultation on the old growth forest policy. We're incorporating feedback and will release the updated policy as soon as it is ready, likely this summer. We're moving ahead to protect and conserve more Crown land and hope to have new announcements in the coming months. We have been and will continue to be opportunities for sector and public input along the way. And I want the industry and Nova Scotians for all continued engagement as we chart a new path forward. We're making fundamental changes to our province, and it's important to do it right. We continue researching, consulting, and reaching out to professionals and academics for guidance and expertise. It does take time, but we all know that sustainability of our natural resource is top mind of all Nova Scotians, and we want to make that progress every day. I want to note a couple pilot projects that were recommended in the Leahy report. One is the Mi'kmaq Forestry Initiative. It started in 2019 and gives the Mi'kmaq forest planning and management responsibilities on about 30,000 hectares of Crown land. It creates an opportunity for jobs, training, and Mi'kmaq business in silviculture and harvesting. Another pilot is heating public buildings with locally sourced wood chips. In phase 1, 9 buildings at 6 sites were converted from oil to wood chips from sustainable harvesting. Wood heating projects are good for the environment and good for the economy. Replacing imported fuel oil with locally sourced wood chips will increase the market for underutilized and low quality wood fiber and keep the money in our rural economies. It's another win-win for Nova Scotia. I'm excited by the opportunities I see to expand this model with more sites in phase 2. Likewise, I am excited about all the work of my department, our government, and our many partners to make Nova Scotia sustainable now and for generations to come. While there are hurdles to clear along the way, there's also a buzz of positive engagement around this province. Entrepreneurs, forward-thinking businesses, researchers, innovators, policymakers, and individual Nova Scotians, all focused on the same goals. Get off coal, get off fossil fuels, greener grid, greener homes and vehicles, greener industries, jobs, and economy. People are engaged. We are moving in all the right directions together. And my government is putting things in place to ensure we get there faster. We all have a duty to leave this world in a better shape for our children and grandchildren to come. That's exactly what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to answering questions.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that is developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses takes turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister and all staff in the room that have joined today. And I want to compliment the minister on the painting that he produced this week in his spare time. Looks great. I guess I made a number of notes and have some questions already organized. But the minister mentioned in his opening remarks, I guess, regarding offshore wind. And I think the words mentioned, we're putting it into the right conditions to leverage our offshore wind industry. Could you elaborate on that? My understanding is, the Atlantic Loop would have to be secured before we look at offshore wind, but could the minister elaborate on offshore wind and any plans in place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And no, not necessarily. They're not necessarily connected. We can still study and research the possibility of developing offshore wind, but the two aren't linked together. We can do one without the other, so to speak. And certainly, as we research it, we understand too that sort of the cost of offshore wind is certainly going to have to come down, but there still needs to be a look at it. We have a great resource in the offshore wind, and our department and staff certainly want to engage in any conversation that's going to take place. But the two are not necessarily linked together.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll switch over to EVs, also mentioned in the opening address. Good to see rebates offered for infrastructure, charging infrastructure, and working with partners to increase that EV adoption. I guess, what is the minister's plan or the department's plan on, including this from a rural perspective?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. It's a great opportunity to recognize the fact that there's a significant amount of money in the budget that was just tabled for EVs, and part of the process is that we want to reach out to all rural areas and have these charging aspects put into rural areas. So we certainly can increase the EVs in rural Nova Scotia, and I appreciate the question coming. It gives an opportunity for all rural MLAs MLAs to share this story. There's budget money that's being allotted. Let's have the conversations out in our rural communities and ensure that that our constituents are engaged in this and there's interest in getting an EV charger in the rural community. And our department certainly love to have that conversation to make sure that they're rolled out in all parts of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Happy to have that conversation on behalf of rural Nova Scotia, and I guess the segue would be what specifically can we do together to engage rural Nova Scotia and EV adoption? There's a bit of resistance there, and there might be a consumer confidence question, but I wonder if the minister could elaborate on what specifically he and I and the department and I and other MLAs could do to increase that adoption.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to be a great opportunity for all MLAs, not necessarily just rural, but programs such as Next Ride, the Next Ride program. MLAs can talk to their areas, such as local farmers markets or community fairs that are going to be taking place as the province is opening up again and things are starting to happen. But Next Ride, certainly I had the opportunity with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to experience some of the electric vehicles and did a bit of a drive with them. But Next Ride are more than willing to come to the community events and speak to those local residents. And I'd certainly be happy to share that with all members of the House, how to get in touch with Next Ride and possibly table that information on Monday when we're back in the House.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Can I book the minister for a Next Ride visit to Annapolis before, let's say, Canada Day, July 1st? Let's lock it in.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Look, I appreciate the collaboration with the member. We'll see what we can do. We'll certainly see what we can do. But it's a great experience talking with a couple of the staff at Next Ride just prior to the House opening. I know we learned a lot, and there's a lot of common questions that are out in rural Nova Scotia, especially, and it's a great opportunity for us to expose the fact that there is provincial money out there helping get charging units out in rural Nova Scotia, and Next Ride gives an example of how electric vehicles certainly do and can be a part of living in rural Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the business plan for DNRR, it mentions the department working with transit agencies to electrify public transportation. I know that's something going on within HRM, but I guess could the minister give some more detail on, does that extend to Cape Breton Island, the Annapolis Valley, throughout rural Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, certainly the program for the transit is certainly being extended throughout Nova Scotia. Currently, we're actually working with the CBRM, King's Transit, and Transit in Yarmouth. So it's certainly being spread out through all Nova Scotia, so everybody can have the benefits.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. That's good to hear. King's Transit in the Valley and Cape Breton as well, and we hope to grow that program. I'll switch to ecological forestry. The minister mentioned it in opening remarks, and I'm glad. I think the wording used was, this will be a success story, and I hope it will be. Regarding the SGEM, the Silviculture Guide for the Ecological Matrix, My understanding is the department must rely on, IT staffing complement, maybe an IT upgrade to software. Could the minister or staff and both expand on that and what that includes?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, certainly, this is going to be a groundbreaking move to transition our forestry sector. There needs to be some heavy lifting in the training on the ground, which has already started. This is what implementation looks like. But as far as the IT sector of it, those changes are already started to take place within the department, so we can log that data and continue the march forward, if you will.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
And I apologize to the minister if I didn't clearly understand, but does that mean has started that development of IT software upgrades and that development or that hiring of IT staff, or we're marching towards that eventually? Or thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Yeah, no, that process has started. There's no additional IT staff that have been included into this, but the programming and such has already been underway.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
And again, on that same theme, we all do a bit of reading after we spend some time here, but I read at some point that, or learned at some point, that new software system, it may assess 12 parameters on pretreatments and harvests versus what it does, or what the capability is now. Is that something the minister could comment on?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, certainly there's changes within that IT system and new things such as soil condition, nutrients that are being incorporated into that IT program.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
And I appreciate soils being assessed. I wonder if the minister could expand on what other parameters would be part of that 12?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, there's updates in the whole assessment. Rather than having a timestamp as we go into the vegetation in the area, the soil conditions, it's going to be a real-time stamp rather than or live timestamp rather than just a timestamp in history, so to speak. So it's going to be modern technology once we get everything incorporated into that IT.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is part of a pre-treatment assessment on harvest has also changed, including or incorporating a nutrient budget model. And I wonder if the minister could maybe expand on what that includes.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of that process means that we're actually going to take live samples of the soil on the ground and assess the nutrients in that soil and compare it to nutrients from other samples. And so basically, at the end of the day, we're not gonna take any more fiber off that area than what the soil indications and fiber indicates that are sustainable for the future.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I want to thank the minister for that. I'll switch to the old growth forest policy. The province is updating that policy, and I believe in November, your department released the draft on the old growth forest policy for Nova Scotia. And it talks about public consultation. The current policy, I think, has been in place for 10 years or more. I just wonder if there could be an update on that public engagement piece for that old growth forest policy.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on the old growth policy, there was certainly extensive consultation that has been done already. So the department's in the middle of gathering all that information into one sort of form. And I guess stay tuned. There's going to be a response, and late spring, probably early summer, and everybody in the province will certainly get their eyes on that.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Appreciate the minister's response. So late spring, early summer, and then from there, can we expect that a full report will be delivered at that time?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize to the member if I sort of misled. That's what will be released in late spring, early summer is the full report.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you for that clarification to the minister. Switching to, I guess, more about the SGEM and the silviculture guide on, on advanced work on protected areas. Looking for a bit of an update on where that process is in conjunction with the Minister of Environment.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in regards to the protected areas that we've spoken about, there's a lot of collaboration going on between the department here at NRR and Environment and Climate Change. We work very closely together on the protected aspect of Crown lands. But first and foremost, we're going to be working on the protected parks and protected areas list that currently exist. And as my colleague indicated yesterday, we're working on that diligently and hope to have something moving forward to our other colleagues for decision making shortly.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess where I'm going with this is getting, dozens of constituents asking to be part of that process. So for protected areas or identifying areas in our constituency and beyond. So just looking for more detail on how my constituents and Nova Scotians can be involved in that protected areas plan.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So anything that's currently on that Parks and Protect list, there's been extensive consultation done on that already. And I guess that's where it stands with being on that list. If there were any indications of changes of any lands that are on that list that government has wishes to make some changes on that, it'll go back out to consultation. It'll be posted on the website. But anything that's not on the list right now to move forward with different lands that aren't on that list, there'll be full public consultation through the process, and the proper procedures will be followed that are set out by the policy.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess on the third leg of the triad, high production forestry, you touched on it, the minister touched on it in opening remarks. And the purpose of the phase one final report, which I looked through on high production forestry, it's to share information related to the creation of this zone. It talks about a criteria for identifying areas, initially ranking potential areas and so forth. So could the minister provide any indication or any list and I guess ranking of these identified high production areas in the province?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you're looking at high production forestry, we have to look at all three sides of it. There have been the initial scan of the province, if you will. There have been some locations that have been cited in at the initial phase for, I guess, the researchers to have a look at. Now there has to be a whole land scan of the whole properties that make that list, which that work is ongoing right now. But we should know, we should be able to share that with Nova Scotians at some point towards the mid to end of this calendar year.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Could the minister share with an MLA what those areas might be before that time?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
I think that'd be a bit premature for even it to come to my desk for decision making, as staff are certainly involved heavily with doing this research. And like I said in my opening statements, we have one shot to get this right, and I want to make sure that it does get right. So it'd be a bit premature to even have those recommendations sitting on my desk yet.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, and thank you to the minister. I guess where I'm going with that last question is there's a number of people that the minister and I have discussed in my area, my constituency of Annapolis. They're experienced. They know a lot about this file, and they feel like they have a lot to offer the department in acknowledging or identifying either protected areas or otherwise in other legs of the triad. So just looking to go back to those constituents and other Nova Scotians to let them know how they can be involved in helping the department identify those areas. I guess that's more of a comment than a question, maybe, but there's, I know how much area has been earmarked for protected zones in the province. There's mention of high production forestry being the smallest area. Could the minister let me know how large of an area is earmarked for high production? What square kilometer radius, I guess?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and very much the same as the locations and areas that I guess that percentage of what the high production forestry would be in the province, or the square area. It's a bit early. It's still not at my desk yet to make some decisions, so it'd be a bit early to be sharing that as well.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. I just want to mention the minister and I have talked a number of times about Beals Brook. It's an area in Annapolis County, and my understanding is, the department has signed off on this harvest. It's a variable retention cut, and it's now with West 4. But there are a number of people and constituents on the ground, I think even today, looking at different discoveries they've made with lichens, all kinds of different endangered lichens. And I just want to know, has the department, I guess, gathered information as recent as today on that lichen discovery, and has that changed the department's view of that piece being cut or not?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and no, I certainly appreciate the conversations that I've had with the member opposite. This harvest plan was approved before I sat in the chair, and when we found out about it, we certainly did another review. But we certainly welcome the public bringing information forward, such as the lichens. And each time we do get that, we do another review, and our prescriptions are changed in and around the information that is shared with the public, and that's part of one of the reasons why harvest plans go up on the webpage, so public can have a comment and a ways and means to communicate support or concerns for certain harvest blocks. But I encourage people to still get out there and engage with our department to have these conversations.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I certainly appreciate the department being nimble and flexible based on new information. And I guess with this lichen discovery in this particular block and maybe future blocks, My understanding is there's a 100-meter buffer from this, from these discoveries on where they can harvest or not. Has the department considered expanding that 100-meter radius for future cuts or future harvests?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question as well. And look, our department staff certainly take guidance from the biologist on how to best maneuver our practices. But every time that something such as the lichens do come up, there's special management procedures and practices that are implemented, that are reviewed by the experts, the biologists at the table, the technicians at the table, and we'll base the decisions in the department by the science that we have at hand and the input that we have from the people that are out in the field, such as constituents that may run into something and certainly report it. But at the end of the day, we're taking the lead from the biologists and the experts that we have at our disposal.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I'll move on from lichen the lichen, so I'll go on to maybe road building. Just a couple easy snappers maybe, but you know, I'm wondering if Nova Scotians pay for all roads on Crown land. For example, West 4 in southwest Nova Scotia. Do taxpayers pay for that road building, or is it cost shared?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So any road that would fall onto Crown land, it's actually the property of the Crown. And these roads are multi-use. It may be a contractor or a company that builds it, but it's multi-use. It could be for the industry that you may see utilizing it today, but there's other uses such as recreational research, fire protection, wildfire season. Roads do need to be through different parts of our Crown lands to ensure that we can protect from wildfire as well. But they're multi-use, but they do belong to the Crown.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So I take that as a yes. They're paid for by Nova Scotians and maintained by taxpayers as well. This is the million-dollar question I've been asked a number of times over the years. What's the stumpage fee paid on Crown land?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have here in Nova Scotia that our industry respects tremendously, and they have this success because of a great deal of it, and that's the softwood lumber deal that we have here in Nova Scotia that is special to Nova Scotian, if you will. I guess the question is really a proprietary in a sense that because of those international trade deals, we're not at liberty to discuss that actually.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. It's good to have the rationale behind that. A bit of a local question. There's a few young entrepreneurs that want to get involved more in silviculture throughout Annapolis County, Digby counties, and beyond. They're, according to them, and working with, I don't mean to pick on West 4 because I've had good conversations with the management there to try to understand their operation, but according to these entrepreneurs, they're not able to bid on contracts either in Annapolis County or beyond. The reasons given are their equipment is too small, they're too small of an operation, but I can't help to think that they may be at times better suited to do more ecologically friendly work as being, smaller equipment, less of an impact, less disturbance of certain areas. So I wonder if the department has, or the minister has, any influence over helping these smaller operators bid and be part of harvesting on Crown land.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate this question because sort of where we'll be going with when we do light touch forestry. But as part of the business sector, the government doesn't get down in the roots and the weeds. It's a competitive market out there. But as we do move forward with the triad ecological approach, we do encourage all businesses to take part in a bidding process that would take place. And this is part of what the light touch forestry is going to look like.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the response. It didn't really answer my question. I guess I'm trying to look for an opportunity to advocate and lobby on behalf of the small business owners in Annapolis and throughout the province. Where can I or any of the MLA in the room, where can we go or can we meet with the minister? Where can we submit those names of small business owners that want to be more involved, I guess, moving forward with ecological forestry?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's certainly exciting to hear that there are people interested in getting into the sector. I guess my mainstay and focus should be that these entrepreneurs should be in regular contact with groups like West 4, but even more importantly, reach out to Forest Nova Scotia and the associations that are sitting there and develop to encourage and foster the growth within that industry that you're speaking of.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I will do that, so thank you. Just regarding the harvest plans map viewer, I've been on there a number of times. It feels like you need a PhD to even understand it, and I don't have a PhD, so maybe that's the problem. But, people that I know, that do have PhDs and beyond still can't, don't seem to find that viewer user-friendly. We've tried to make sense of it a number of times, but In one of the documents, I did see mention that there will be a bit of an upgrade on that platform. Is that true, or has the minister or the department heard that plans map viewer isn't user-friendly?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly appreciate the question. The viewer has been in existence for some time, but it does go through regular routine updates, but certainly appreciate the comments and concerns that the members bringing before us today. But we encourage feedback regularly. We do get feedback regularly, but we certainly do want to hear on a regular basis. And if the member opposite has concerns or suggestions how that can be improved, staff would more than willing to have that conversation, how we can improve that process.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I want to thank the minister for that opportunity, and I will bring those recommendations forward. I want to switch gears to the Atlantic Loop. I guess my question, I think I asked this in question period, but we didn't have enough time, but could the minister break down on that $2 billion ask from the federal government for the Atlantic Loop project? Could he itemize that or break that down in what is included in that request?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we move forward to 2030 and removing ourselves away from the coal production of energy, we're looking at many options federally. What programming is out there? How do the feds come in and assist in getting off the off coal regime and having a greener energy look? Our government's very committed. By 2030, we're going to have 80% renewable energy. We're steadfast to move forward on that. We're going to have a big influx in the next couple of years with the RFP with wind that we've moved to. But any other consideration for green energy, we're certainly going to be looking at the feds, and we have regular contact with our federal counterparts, and we're confident that by 2030 we're going to get there with different means. The full establishment of the power coming from the Maritime Link. What concept does the Atlantic Loop have to do with that? But more importantly, the whole focus will be at the end of the day is the ratepayers in Nova Scotia, and our government's been very committed that we're going to protect that aspect of our energy change or transition through energy and how Nova Scotians do receive electricity.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I'll try one more time, but I wonder from the minister, is there a chance, I'm glad he's the minister's in touch with the federal government on a regular basis. And I'm just looking for more detail on, what is the request, what is being asked, how much money, or the breakdown in that $2 billion. So I'll ask one more time.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is certainly a fluid situation as we evolve through the transition of how we're receiving electricity and what forms is generating that electricity. 2030 is not a long time away. It's not that many budgets away, but we are having those conversations. The number can be very fluid between now and then, but I think the biggest comments that I've received from Nova Scotians since being here in September 1st, they certainly appreciate what our province has achieved to date with greening our grid. They certainly appreciate the commitment that government has to protect the ratepayers in Nova Scotia. And as we move on to the new greener source, reliable sources of stabilizing our electricity rates, stabilizing the grid, there's an appreciation from Nova Scotians and the industrial users that not just this current government, but previous governments too. We've been committed for a few years to green our grid, and we're carrying that torch very strongly, and we're very proud of that.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess speaking about protecting ratepayers and protecting Nova Scotians, could the minister comment on the deferral decarbonization account? I can't find much information on that. It's in the UARB application. I am one of the formal interveners on behalf of our party, and I just wonder if the minister or his department could, connect how that account may protect ratepayers going forward.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate the question, but unfortunately, the decarbonation account doesn't actually sit within our department. That's a question and concern that would certainly have to be brought up at the UARB hearing with the general rate application. And I certainly appreciate the question, but I do apologize. There's nothing that I can share from staff to the member.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I will skip over a few questions then, and I'll move on to maybe the maritime link. As the minister knows, we've seen a delay in the two coal plant closures due to lack of energy coming from Muskrat Falls or the maritime link. And I guess, can the minister share a timeline for future delays? Does he have that information?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. I certainly appreciate the question, and it has been in the news in the last few weeks. But currently, right now, we are receiving the contracted supply from that link. But as far as breakdowns and such do take place, that's out of our scope within the department. That would be on the Newfoundland side of things, so to speak. So we wouldn't have any updated information or inside information, if you will, as to any further or future stoppages of the supply of that power.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I want to thank the minister. Apparently we have 10 minutes left, so I'm going to hand it over to my colleague from King South, and I will see the minister later on.
Thank you to the member. I recognize the member, or the honorable member, for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, and thank you for taking our questions here today. I just wanted to come back to protected areas. I've noticed that your government's been speaking about 12.8% of the land being protected, and I tried to review the protected areas on the site. In actual fact, are we not somewhere up? And I'm trying to remember the number, 13.7 that has been protected to the extent of an order in council, commitment to Nova Scotians, a decision by cabinet. We protected 61 areas, parks and protected areas, probably March, April last year, that brought us up to around 13.7%. There is additional work, obviously, left to do with surveys and studies, et cetera. But do you have that number of where we actually are in terms of cabinet approval of protected areas?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome the member to the question. So statutorily protected right now, it's about 12.8%. We do recognize that the list does exist. I know the previous government, who the member was involved with, did have that list that was having work done on it. But as of right now, protected statutorily is about 12.8%.
Okay.
I recognize the honorable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. I want to go to the commitment for 20%. In our platform, we made a commitment to 17%, which in all honesty, I felt was very, very optimistic. But you've obviously outbid us to go to 20%. Minister, do you anticipate any challenges to get to 20%, given that the Crown land portion of the province is 29%?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess the quick answer to the member opposite is, yeah, there is going to be challenges. There's no doubt about it. But some of the ways that we're going to get there is through private lands, having conversations with private landowners that certainly want to see their lands protected. And that's through working with NGOs, as the member would be familiar with. But there's other effective conservation measures as well. The OECMs that we're going to be having conversations with, and for sure. But it is an aggressive commitment. But as you probably heard from other colleagues on the floor, and I know you've heard in question period, we're very much committed to having that 20% protection for our province.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Kings South with roughly 5 minutes to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, given that very public commitment of 20% in a province that has 29% Crown land, and your mandate to oversee forestry in the triad model and high production forestry and the use of Crown land, which is where the forestry industry and the Leahy report is being implemented, have you received any concerns from the forestry industry with respect to the challenge that you have over 20% protection?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly I've heard from forestry. I've heard from many different stakeholders about the 20% protection rate. But I mean, it's about balance within the province of Nova Scotia. We've been very adamant. We can have a protected areas. We can have recreational areas. We can have economy that's growing off our Crown lands here in Nova Scotia and throughout all of Nova Scotia. But it's about balance, and it's about ability to coexist and still have protected areas to ensure that our forests and our lands are here for generations to come.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister, and I certainly appreciate that, and I certainly understand the need for balance, and particularly in your role with issues of protected areas and the forestry industry. Do you have a target between now and the next election in 2025? How far are we going to be towards 20%?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member opposite for the question. Look, I think the member understands, and I certainly know he appreciates that the continued work that goes on between the department here and the Department of Energy and Environment and Climate Change sorry. I know the member appreciates that. There's ongoing work, but we haven't set any midterm targets. We set the ultimate goal at 20% by 2030. We've not set any midterm goals, and I guess what I would say at the end of the day, it is an aggressive target. I appreciate that you recognize that, but it's full steam ahead. We're going to work towards this.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. All right, let's just quickly go to another question on EVs. Really appreciate you continuing with the rebates for purchasing of EVs. glad to hear there's 500 purchased, but really, I think the hurdle now is access to EVs, supply chain challenges on top of mandates by BC and Ontario and Quebec maybe in there as well, or I've got Ontario and Quebec mixed up. But that is where the EVs are going because we don't have an EV mandate, and I believe that was in your platform. Do you have any intentions of bringing in an EV mandate?
Order. I note the time has expired for first hour of the official opposition. It's now time for the NDP caucus. I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Minister, and thank you in advance to you and your staff for being available to answer questions today. I listened with interest over the last hour to my colleagues, and so I will build on some of what they asked and also probably diverge a little bit in my own questioning. I want to just start with some budget lines. And I guess my first question is, in the view of the department and taking inflation into account, does this budget for your department represent an increase or decrease from last year's budget?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to welcome the member to the question part of this estimates and appreciate the question. It's important to note that it wasn't a cut from the government. There was a sort of a stop on the federal program, the low carbon economies. There was a loss there of $21 million. But with the increase of a $2 million budget for electric vehicle chargers, that would actually give us an increase what we perceive in our budget right now.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So just to be clear, I mean, a lot of what we see in any provincial government is flow-through funding from the feds, and it's difficult to kind of break out every piece of that. But if we're just looking at numbers, taking into account inflation, if we don't count that $21 million as a loss, is it accurate to say that the budget is slightly smaller this year?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess the quick answer to the member opposite is setting up budgets. We don't anticipate our budget for inflations.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
I'll take that as an elegantly worded yes, but I acknowledge the member's point that funding is not a part of this year's budget. So a couple of kind of follow-up questions. We heard that the folks from Department of Environment, those assessors, I think, they're called. The conservation officers, yeah, are coming back. But we also see a net loss of, I think, 9 FTEs, is that right? Can you comment on the change in staffing complement in the department this year?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables. Oh, 1 second. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did have the addition of the 59 officers, as the member recognized, and there was a transition of reallocating 9 FTEs during the transition of the merger of the 2 departments that would come together, the old lands and forestry and the energy and mines. That 9 of those FTEs were actually, I guess, put in other departments or newly created departments.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and I understand there was reorganization, but I wasn't aware that I know that the department was welcoming those officers back in. I didn't hear about the department losing jurisdiction or reducing its mandate in any way. So can you tell me where those FTEs went, and did they take their work with them?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a quick breakdown for the member. So two of the FTEs went to the Land Titles Initiative at the Office of equality and anti-racism. 5 left the department through planned reduction through in FTEs when the departments merged, and there was two assistants, one for the deputy and one for the minister, that would have been in one of the departments. There's certainly no need to have 2 assistants for each, so those 2 were allocated to 2 of the new developed departments.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So it sounds like there was a net reduction, but I want to move on. People, including myself, are watching for an increase in spending to support the climate change plan for clean growth. It's coming in the spring. I mentioned to the minister today that the daffodils are coming, so we look forward to seeing it. Is there any increase in funding in your department to support that plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, the 57 million has been allocated into different programs, and 50 million of that will be to efficiency for low-income Nova Scotians. So the breakdown of that would be for energy poverty, equity, and off-oil initiatives. The other 7 million will be going to energy efficiency in businesses.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And maybe in when you answer the next question, you could just let me know where that is, because we were looking for it under the line item clean growth and climate change, but that line item seems to be actually drastically reduced, at least from the estimate. And so this is one of the largest budget line items and also the least detailed. So if it's in there, I'd love to know. And if the minister is able to provide a breakdown of that line item, that would be really helpful. It doesn't have to be now, it could be later. But we'd just love to understand what's nested in there, and of course, why the funding dropped.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. So the reduction was solely allocated because of the loss of the low carbon economy fund from the feds. The forecast for the 56 or 57 million is actually on page 17.3 of the budget estimates. If the member has any questions, I'd be glad to have that conversation again as well. But the forecast line item is on that page.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I note that what was known as petroleum resources, those resources that we've been told by the global consensus of science need to stay in the ground, now falls under subsurface energy development, which is a really nice euphemism. And the description reads, subsurface energy responsibilities include petroleum resources, sustainable resources, and ensuring resource stewardship. Can the minister define what resources fall under this division for development, and in particular, what sustainable resources are being referred to here?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very quickly for the member opposite, some of what that would capture is the carbon capture, utilization, geothermal energy, green hydrogen initiatives, any green fuel initiatives that we may be looking at, or green ammonia, just to name a few.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I definitely look forward to hearing more about those initiatives as they develop. I want to move on to parks and protected areas, and to go back to that 20% goal that we were discussing earlier, my colleagues had raised. The minister mentioned that there is no interim target, and of course we know that there is no interim target in ECRA and have raised that issue. But that, I would suggest, is a challenge. If we leave it all until 2030, if, as the minister acknowledged in this line of questioning, it is a challenge given the available amount of land we have and how much of it is allocated to Crown land, is there at least some milestone, like some loose milestone that the department is working towards? There must be a plan. 2030 is actually not that far away. So is there any, can the minister illuminate any of the thinking of how we get from here to there in a few years' time?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I did recognize the fact it is going to be a challenge, but I also recognize the fact that we're committed to having this challenge. I do want to point out that in one of the mandate letters, it does say that there has to be a plan to how we're going to achieve that, and that plan has to be produced by 2023 on how we're going to achieve it. But at the end of the day, 2030 was the target. We've never indicated that we were going to wait till 2030 to have this in place. Work in collaboration with other colleagues and other departments is ongoing, and as we stated in the House a couple times so far this session, there is going to be news coming out in the short term.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks to the minister for that answer, and I'm really glad that he brought up the plan. We know that, I assume we're working off of the 2013 Parks and Protected Area Plan. There's 160 remaining areas there. our assumption is that the department will need to spend more on surveys and consultations. Is there money reflected on, work on getting there of that nature in this budget?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So something that we have done in this budget is we've incorporated a term position to actively work on that list from the Parks and Protected Areas list. So we can have a concentrated effort on that existing list, if you will.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and thanks to the minister. So a term position, that's great, that's a staffing resource. But is there funding for does that term position include, the actual, all of the funding that would be needed to properly implement surveys and consultations, a public consultation process, anything like that?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a chunk of that would actually just fall under the normal operating budget for the run of the year. The other portion of that has come out of the Challenge Fund, which the Department of Environment and Climate Change was successfully granted that funding. So part of the funding to achieve the work on that list would come from that as well.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks. It looks like there's reductions in that general area, so we'll be interested to see, and I look forward to the mysterious news coming soon. And we'll always be happy to see more protected areas. But moving on, my colleague had asked a question in the House about Hike Nova Scotia's request to ensure that people can use more provincial parks in the winter. Is there any increase in the budget that reflects the need to increase staffing levels to make these parks more accessible to year-round hikers and trail users?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly appreciate any question to do with the parks in Nova Scotia. It's a great resource that we have in our province, and they're here for everybody to experience. Part of the challenge that we do have is the staffing that do take care of our parks are seasonal staff, and the amenities that are designed in and around our parks are not designed for the winter months, so to speak. So some of the parks do have the gates closed through the winter months, but we certainly always encouraged any users to still utilize the facilities. I know at the park in my area, the gates due to get closed because of staffing issues, but there's still cross-country skiing that does take place. There's still walking your pets or experiencing the wilderness of it. But at the end of the day, the amenities weren't designed for the winter months, and the staffing levels with seasonal workers do create an issue in and around that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
So that's my question. My question is, knowing that they weren't really designed for use in the winter months, but that people want to use them in that way, and that we want to encourage, I think. I mean, we're beyond the days of participation, but I like to think it lives on in spirit. So if we want people to be active and physically fit and enjoying our natural resources, you know, is there any contemplation of expanding the resourcing such that that could be done safely? Or, you know, is it the position of the department that at this time there's not a consideration of that?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, certainly the participation within our parks, it's very important to me. And is it off the table? No, it's never off the table. We're always interested in how we can expand and elaborate on our services. And it's the note of comments and the questions from question period last week. It's certainly something that I take to heart. And as a department and as the minister, we certainly we're always looking at how we can expand and elaborate on our services and make the experience better. But I do want to highlight that the gates may be closed, but the parks are still there and available. And staff that are available do keep an eye on them when they can. And they certainly also encourage people to be in and utilizing them. And if there's any issues, they can certainly help report those issues back to the local depots. And preps and planning can certainly happen if there are issues in and around that. So when springtime does open up and the seasonal staff do get back, they can have a quick and readily accessible experience. So Nova Scotians can use the full fulfillment of the parks.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I guess one last little piece on parks here is that it looks like the line for parks outreach and service delivery has been reduced. Does that mean that the budget for provincial parks has in fact been reduced? And if that's the case, can the minister tell me by how much?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, that's one of the exchanges of one of the FTEs and the costs that associate it. And that had to do with the trails component. It actually gets shifted over to Public Works.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Thanks to the minister for that answer. So I want to shift to forestry, and my colleague canvassed that pretty extensively in the last hour, but I'll ask a few more questions. I think the other day in question period, the minister referenced Leahy as, I think, a generational project or something like that. But in fact, a lot of those recommendations are quite specific and quite time-bound. And we know that there was recently an evaluation report issued that was, in fact, scathing, I think would not be too sharp of a word to use, about progress done to date on those recommendations. That evaluation, to my knowledge, never received an official or detailed response from the department. And so I'm wondering if the minister here could say a few words about the department's response to that report, what actions have been taken in direct response to that rebuke, I would say, of the action so far, and whether this budget reflects any specific changes requested as a result of that evaluation.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the question. I think the member opposite knows how important this is to myself as a minister, but even before that, how important it was as critic and just as a Nova Scotian for me for the province to implement the Leahy review and ecological forestry. I mean, I visited many woodlots throughout the whole province, and many of those private woodlot owners are already meeting these demands. And I was very adamant when I sat in the chair of the ministry that we had to get it right on our own lands, and that's something I'm very adamant to do. But the comments in the House the other day about the generational change, that was actually comments that Professor Leahy has made in different speeches about the initial review. But I guess in short, our response to the review is we're getting to work on it. We're adamant that I've been adamant ever since I sat in the chair on the very first day when the SGEM guides were sitting here waiting to be signed. We got right to work on implementing those changes. I do want to recognize the fact that the review was on the initial previous years, and the review was actually done even before I took the seat of the ministry. But there was a lot of hard work that was done by staff on collecting data and getting those resources out. But we're staying focused on a focused vision on how we're going to get there. And there's many things. I think you recognize the fact that you heard me speak with one of our other colleagues earlier during the line of questioning, and where we're at with implementing the high production forestry side of that triad. We've had many discussions in the last 20 minutes about the protected area of the side of that triad, and the recreational bonus benefits that we have in our province. But there's many aspects of how we're going to get there in the triad model. But implementation is taking place right now. There's training, boots on the ground training taking place. We're in the midst of changing over all the harvest approvals to meet those SGEM guidelines, and I guess what I would say in short, to shorten it up to allow further questions, if you will, is we recognize the review from Leahy, and we are getting to work. It is a big task at hand, but it's a task that can be achieved, and we have a great staff in the department that want to see this focus move forward. But we also have many great deal of Nova Scotians that are on different sides of the conversation as to why they want to see the implementation of this, and we're committed to staying steadfast to make sure that this does happen in a timely manner.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I thank the minister for that answer and appreciate the efforts to be concise. It's helpful. But I guess I'm a little bit struck by the notion that the first leg of that triad is the high production leg. I mean, I recognize the value of the forestry sector, no question, but the minister can correct if I'm misinterpreting that. But the question, my follow-up question, and we've been asking this question, and it's been called for by many, about whether the department has a willingness to actually remove some Crown lands for consideration for harvesting at all, if they are good candidates for the conservation leg of the triad, because that is the one in lots of ways that is the most crucial to meeting our climate commitments, and also to really jump-starting, I would say, our just transition. So, we know that there is a transition going on, that the face of that sector and of the energy sector and the resource sector is going to change, and we want that change to include really good jobs for people, and to respect our climate commitments. So I guess, so my question is, in terms of the conservation leg of the triad, as that's being determined, is there a sense that there are areas that will be protected in an interim way until that final determination is made?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to just clarify something. If the member thought that high production forestry was being highlighted, all sides of the triad are equally important to Nova Scotians and to the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. But as a managed forest, managed forests are just as important to the whole triad model as protected area or soft touch or what have you. But I guess to put a halt on any production or anything, what our focus on the protected side of things, where there already are forest lands that are on that list, we're moving forward and working hard with our colleagues over at environmental and climate change, that list from 2013, if you will.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And so I know that my colleague asked about road building on Crown lands, but I want to ask about road building generally. I'm wondering if the minister can confirm for me that road building for woodlot owners is distributed through Forest Nova Scotia. Is that still the case?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, is the quick answer. Forest Nova Scotia does get an allocation each year. This funding has been going on for a very, very long time. It's there to assist private woodlot owners in road construction on their property, and it's a program that we rely on Forest Nova Scotia to assist our government in implementing that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
So, so just so I understand, so are private woodlot owners required to be members of Forest Nova Scotia in order to receive that funding? And to pay a membership fee to Forest Nova Scotia to receive government funding?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can't comment on a membership fee for Forest Nova Scotia. I'm not 100% sure on that. That'd be a question for Forest Nova Scotia. But you do have to be a member to receive the funding. There have been other funding aspects that private woodlot owners that weren't necessarily a member of Forest Nova Scotia to navigate through. One finished up last year, and that would be how a non-member would be able to get assistance for road building.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. With respect, I would suggest that it is a matter for the government to determine whether private woodlot owners need to, in fact, pay a third party in order to access government funding. That seems fishy, I guess, is the technical term. And so, you know, this is something that we've heard about. So I would just leave that for the department. I don't need a comment on that, just to look into. But the way that this kind of came to my attention was the extraordinarily expensive ad campaign that Forest Nova Scotia launched last year to lobby against the government's then proposed Biodiversity Act. And I'm wondering if the department can let us know if any government funds were used to lobby against the government's effort to protect biodiversity in the province.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I can comment on that is so the funding that Nova Scotia or Forest Nova Scotia does allocate from government. It is controlled and followed through with, and checks and balances are put in place through there by audits through the Auditor General.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I wonder if the minister could just expand a little bit on those checks and balances. So is there an annual audit? Are those audits publicly available? Do they account for all the funding? Have they all been clean?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are annual audits. Right now, they're not available through the public ask, but there was a recent Auditor General's audit that was done on this, and we'd certainly be happy to grab a hold of that, and I'll make sure that the member obviously gets that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And continuing with biodiversity, under the heading Conserving Wildlife, Species at Risk, and Biodiversity, the Minister's business plan refers to work to address the outcomes of a recent judicial review, recommendations of the Auditor General, and the Leahy report. Is there an increase in funding here to support what obviously needs to be higher ambitions on meeting legal obligations to species at risk?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. So yes, as a follow-up to the judicial review, the completed recovery plans of species at risk and all species that were named there that were under the jurisdiction of the province, the recovery plans have been updated, and currently we have dedicated positions that are already assigned to address these situations and work on this.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Can the minister tell me how many species at risk in Nova Scotia still require recovery plans or identification of core habitat?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The quick answer is none. The process and plans for all species have been taken care of, and the implementation of these recovery plans are what's being activated on, and with those dedicated staff that I spoke about.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you to the minister. It's good news. Yesterday, in question period, we asked around the harvests around Minamkiak, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, lake, and the Atlantic whitefish. And the minister said it would go through the usual process. But I'm wondering how the precautionary principle comes into play in these instances. Does the usual process provide for serious issues around endangered species of this nature?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. So through the integrated resource plan, all these aspects are actually looked at during the whole process. The portion that you see online for public comment is just one of the steps of the process. But throughout this plan, everything's looked at: species at risk, waterways, nearby protected areas, and such. So there is a plan in the whole process, and how protected areas or endangered species actually come into play, whether a plot of land is approved or not allowed.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South with just under 11 minutes to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, well, we'll cross our fingers on the precautionary principle, but the words sound good. I suspect we'll hear more about this from my colleague. We've asked, the question has been asked in question period. We've written to the minister. I wonder if the minister can clarify here what's happening at Bealsbrook. Is that harvest going ahead? What's happening?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question, and I do want to reiterate this is a plan that after I sat in the seat, I did ask for a secondary review of what was taking place down there. The public were engaged. They took concerns. They reported them, but they were acted upon. We get our direction from biologists and technicians, and their special management practices that are incorporated into the current harvest plan now. This is something that is not any different than any other place in the province. And as I said earlier, it is something that we encourage the public, that if something is found, that we encourage those conversations to take place with our local depots, or reporting it through the online portion of how things do get achieved. And this is an example. Something was found, it was reported, and the special management practices that were approved by biologists were incorporated into this.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
So the harvest is going ahead.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
So with the changes and the alterations in the original plan, there were changes made to the original approval. With the special management practices that have been recognized, there can be a harvest that goes ahead.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks, and thank the minister for that answer. Moving on, we've asked before about offshore energy and Morocco, and we noted actually that our status as a mega sponsor has changed on the website for the 7th Conjugate Margins Conference in Morocco. And rather than a mega sponsor, we're now the lead scientific partner. And I'm wondering if the minister could comment on that change. Is that a difference in dollars in terms of our sponsorship? Are we sending a bunch of scientists? What does that mean? And what is the department spending to send people to the conference?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So quickly, the sponsorship of this conference or program was actually done a couple budgets ago. I think it was on hold because of COVID and such. There will be one of our scientists go, as it is a research conference, and out of the sponsorship, my understanding is that that fee is for the sponsorship also includes the one participant.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South with roughly 5 minutes to go.
Thank you. So why the change from mega sponsor to lead scientific partner, and what's the price tag? And where is it in the budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd have to go back in the previous budgets to find out what the cost was, but the change in the name or the sponsorship title, that wasn't initiated from our department. That must have been the conference that actually changed the title of that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
That's really interesting. So there was no communication from our government for a major change in status on the billing of a conference. I mean, I'll take your answer as it stands, but I will just comment that that seems odd. And can I just confirm that so it sounds like what the minister is saying is that the expense would have come out of a previous budget, and there is no expenses in this budget related to this conference? If that's not accurate, could the minister tell us what the expenses are and where we would see them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what may come out of this budget is incidentals that would be incurred in any official that would travel to any conference or outside of the province meeting.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Okay, I'm aware that my time is running short. I'll pick this up in the next hour, but I guess, could the minister quickly tell me what the status of the offshore growth strategy is? And if we don't finish, we can come back to it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables with 1.5 minutes to answer.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. I believe the member's looking at the status of that. That project will successfully wrap up in April of 2023.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and thank you to the minister and his staff for those answers. And I'll turn it over to my colleagues in the Liberal caucus, and we'll see you again in an hour.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break, or sorry, a 7-minute break. We're going to start again at 2:35. Okay. All right. Thank you, Minister. Order. I now recognize the official opposition, recognize the member for, or the honorable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have the minister online? There he is. Thank you, Minister. I'll just maybe have 2 or 3 more questions here and then turn it back to my colleague. I want to ask a little bit about Plan B. We talked about that in the House a bit, the idea of what the government is thinking if we do not get in the very near term some kind of commitment from the federal government with respect to the Atlantic Loop. And you indicated in the House that things like green hydrogen and tidal and batteries and wind were your Plan B, or you were considering as elements of a Plan B. It caught my attention, I guess, because the Canadian Institute for Climate Choices, which is really a think tank on the options that we have to meet our climate targets in 2030 and 25, have done some analysis, and they're pretty smart folks. I had the opportunity to present on the progress that Nova Scotia had made on a webinar on behalf of Nova Scotia. But they, in their analysis, categorized options to meet greenhouse gas targets to safe bets and wild cards, or long shots, and that particularly for the 2030 targets that governments across the world and in Canada and our province are making for 2030, that relying on wild cards, which are in essence technologies that are not fully developed and may need a decade or 2 to come to fruition. And so for governments to rely on these would be very high risk. And considering that we're needing to make decisions 8 years from 2030, what was in the list as a wild card and something that the technology was not really there for us to rely upon was green hydrogen. Tidal wasn't even mentioned in their analysis. They did talk about the safe bets, wind, as you suggested, electric vehicles, etc. Are you realistically looking at green hydrogen and tidal as being an element of Plan B?
I recognize the honorable minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. When I did speak in the House about Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, these were all conversations that I indicated and options that we've been discussing. But green hydrogen, for instance, the industry in and around the European market just in the last 12 months has changed drastically, and we're hearing with what's going on worldwide. We're hearing from some of the stakeholders in the energy sector in the European market that green hydrogen is an example that is going to be it's going to be something that's going to be taken off quicker than the 8-year realm. So for me to sit in my chair, I certainly want to have conversations about every aspect or every element that we can grab a hold of and explore that technology. Never did I say that we were going to grab a hold of one horse sort of in the race sort of thing and stay with that horse. We need to make sure that as a government, as a province, and as a country for that matter, that we keep everything at the disposal of our hands and stay on top of every element. And that's what's taken place with the conversations around a Plan B, so to speak. But I certainly appreciate the members' comments about maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, certain aspects of tidal energy or green hydrogen might have been a different aspect, but the global market, even in the last 2 months, has certainly changed things of what the world's looking at, and conversations that we're having with other stakeholders. Green hydrogen is certainly at one of the top markers of discussions worldwide.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you. Well, fair enough, Minister. I appreciate that response, and certainly support any exploration of realistic options. I was just, in essence, raising that the information that I had as of about a year ago was that these were perhaps a bit far off, and given I think really the need to make some decisions, within the year, as you know, setting up energy systems is a long-term proposition, and 8 years is becoming very tight for our 2030 objectives. Minister, we have in legislation that we are going to be off coal. If we don't have the Atlantic Loop or a realistic Plan B, C, or D, or let me put it this way, is the Plan D under consideration to change, I think it would be the remaining 2 coal-fired boilers, plants, units, to natural gas, which, in my opinion, that would be a disappointment. But is it possible that that might be our Plan D if Plan A, B, and C don't work out? Is that on the table?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Certainly, we've had this comment back and forth a couple times today that 8 years is not very far away. Is it down deep into this government that's one of the plans? No, but is gas going to be part of that transition to get off coal? It very well could be, but I would sort of counterbalance that comment too, that why couldn't green hydrogen be part of that transition period as well?
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. And let's hope green hydrogen becomes the Plan C and gas is the Plan D. And I'm sure you're committed as much as anyone else that gas hopefully is not the solution for us to meet our legislative target for being off coal. I want to come back to the question I asked that you were about to respond to before I was cut off, and the challenge right now for access to electric vehicles, and that certainly over the next number of years I think will be compounded because of vehicle mandates in BC, and I believe it's Ontario and maybe Quebec, that require automotive dealers to have a certain percentage of EV cars on the lot for consumers. And I believe it was in your mandate. I just wanted confirmation that you are looking at EV mandates for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, thank you for bringing this back up. I had a great answer set up for you about an hour ago, but I didn't get a chance to give it to you. But in all seriousness, this is a worldwide issue, at least North American issue, with the supply and demand of electric vehicles. But as the government, we're going to stay committed to the resources that we've put into and trust Nova Scotians to make those decisions as we move even the transportation sector into reducing greenhouse gases for our province and for our country, for that matter, in our world. But we're having those conversations with the suppliers as well, part of the government's initiative to ensure that that Nova Scotians have the ability to have access to those electric vehicles when they do come back onto the market, recognizing the demand and supply and demand issue that we do face here in North America right now.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Kings South.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I think what I heard there is you are having conversations, which is in your mandate letter, to work with the auto dealership industry. But I think what I heard is mandates aren't on the table.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Yeah, certainly. I thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, those conversations are taking place, and I certainly want to highlight that. But at the present time, just being 6 months into this chair, 8 months, whatever the time frame is, there's certainly not a named mandate about electric vehicles. But I just want to make sure that the member does go away and it has the trust that this government is certainly having those conversations and making sure that we're in a place to make accessible purchase for electric vehicles to Nova Scotians when the supply does come onto that market. But it is important. So even without that mandate that's written in there, we're certainly very active on this file.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister, and again, I appreciate the work of you and your staff. I mean, what I learned from looking at an EV in Ontario, for instance, a Volkswagen that's coming on the market soon, Ontario is not allowed to sell out of province, at least in the Volkswagen world. I assume that our rebates would not count if we purchased vehicles out of province, but maybe that's something that needs to be looked at to help Nova Scotians get access to vehicles. I believe when we made the announcement of the vehicle rebates on February 24th, actually, 2021, we put $9 million into that program, and given the numbers that you outlined, sounds like we've spent about $2.2 million. So I guess I would just encourage, or certainly want to support you in finding ways for Nova Scotians to get more access to electric vehicles. Should be a quick snapper, and I was just trying to understand where the Green Fund expenditures are in the budget. I don't think I saw them in environment. I'm not sure if they're buried somewhere here in the natural resources and renewables budget. So does the budget recognize both the revenue of the cap and trade program in the upcoming year and the expenditures of the green funds that are generated?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the member said, a quick snapper. That's a special purpose fund that does fall under ECC that is allocated under public accounts.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Okay, so you're suggesting it's in environment and climate change. Fortunately, I didn't have an opportunity to ask the minister about that. Well, listen, Minister, I want to thank you for answering my questions today. I really appreciated our conversation and the concise, accurate responses. It was very, very helpful, and I wish you all the best in the work ahead. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, the member from Annapolis.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'll pick up where I left off yesterday with environment estimates and ask the appropriate minister on behalf of my buddy and colleague in Cape Breton. He's looking for the rebates on e-bikes to be increased from 500 watts to 750 watts, and I wonder if the minister will consider that.
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly appreciate the question yesterday while I was sitting in the red room and the comment from my colleague, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, about our haircuts. But nevertheless, the program is actually administered from an outside third party, EV Assist Nova Scotia. The criteria was established to qualify for the rebate. But the limitations actually are part and parcel of the legislation that's at the table about the from Public Works through the Motor Vehicle Act about the 32 kilometer per hour. So at the present time, we're not actually entertaining that idea.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So just a few, I guess, more localized questions. I have a Crown land development in Annapolis. It's the Annapolis Royal Golf Course. It's shared with the member from Digby, Annapolis. There are, I don't want to say hundreds, but definitely dozens of constituents on both sides that work and golf at this area. They're trying to expand onto Crown land. Their application has been years, so I'm definitely not suggesting this is a partisan thing. The previous government had it for a while, and so does this government. But my question to the minister, with so much opportunity to hire local contractors and local workers and grow the workforce in Annapolis, can he comment on how close that application process is to being complete?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member opposite for this question. So I really can't get into specifics about the file, but I encourage the member opposite and myself maybe to have a conversation in the next couple of weeks. I can dig into the file with staff and bring any response back to that member so he can go back to his constituents.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister for that. So I look forward to discussing that further. My second local question would be, there's a group of community leaders and very experienced constituents in the world of marine renewable energy, tidal energy, and their group called the Annapolis Investments in Rural Opportunity. and they've combined forces with the Annapolis Climate and Ecological Research Center. Their proposition is to take the current tidal project in Annapolis Royal and turn it into a world-class research facility with meeting rooms, a place where marine renewable technology can be developed, et cetera. But I wonder if the minister's heard of this project and if he could comment further.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be very, very honest with the member opposite, I don't know a great detail of the group that he's speaking of, but I would certainly love to have a conversation with the member, bring some information back, and I could certainly have staff look at that.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister. That's great. You know, the group, Annapolis Royal Town Council, Annapolis Royal, my hometown, they rely, 20% of their general revenues come from the tidal project that may be decommissioned here in the near future. So they're trying to make up a big gap of that 20%, and then this group is trying to repurpose that facility. You know, it's a $20 million site, and we've got a commercial wharf nearby. We've got the world's highest tides nearby. We've got grocery stores and everything else that would lend itself to using that facility for something greater than what it currently is. So I will bring that information to the minister. Thank you. I guess another local concern for mine is flooding, and it's not unique to Annapolis, but I've got several constituents in Annapolis. I've heard from others throughout the province that their properties and others are flooding. You know, it looks like it's due to harvest areas that are near headwaters of certain brooks. So I know where I grew up, Round Hill, Moshell, people that have lived there for 50, 60, 70 years have never seen this. I know it's a global trend and a trend around the world, but I just wonder what the department, do they assess for harvest being too close or a certain proximity to headwaters when they make their plans for harvest? Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly this has been an issue that the whole province has seen at different times. But it is a global warming issue, a climate change issue that we certainly are seeing more floods in our province than ever before. But as it pertains to the forestry practices of the province and on Crown lands, there are certainly setbacks of all waterways and streams.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. As I mentioned, currently it looks, according to the map viewer, several harvests that are near these headwaters, you know, coming down the coming down the South Mountain, going under the 101 highway, under the 201 highway, and then into the Annapolis River. So I'm just hoping maybe the minister and his department could review any of those harvests, you know, in Annapolis County, but throughout the province that may be close to these headwaters. You'll know if he ignores you. Was there a question? No, but we're not being filmed.
Say something rude and see if I can.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, no, certainly this is a conversation, and here's an opportunity that we spoke about earlier where the community and the general public can actually be engaged in the approvals and the process. And it is looked at through the map viewers and such for staff, but if there's some concerns that the general public do have about harvest on the map being a bit close to waterways, they can comment on the process, or they can reach out to the local departments as well, go in and have a conversation about specifics, and so we really encourage that interaction between our public and the local offices.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And as he can appreciate, not, a number of people will visit the local office, but also want to talk to their MLA as well. So that's what brings me here today. I'll switch gears a bit around Northern Pulp. I just wonder from the Minister, is there any update on the mediation efforts with Northern Pulp?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I can be pretty quick on this one. That file doesn't sit within the Department of Lands and Natural Resources and Renewables. It's actually sitting with Justice.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister. Has the department met Friends of Northern Pulp on their business proposal?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So no, the staff have not met with the group, the Friends of Northern Pulp, but I'm sure the members aware that they have been traveling around the province and speaking to MLAs on all sides of the House.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister. Pardon me. Just switching up to mining, Atlantic Gold has produced more than $750 million worth of gold, I believe, in Moose River since 2017. And as far as I can read, there's no corporate taxes, paid to Nova Scotia or Canada, as far as I can see. Is this standard practice that our government wouldn't collect tax from a mining company or this sort of company?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick glance here. We don't see where there's any trail, but I would suggest that the member would get a line of question for the Minister of Finance. I'm not sure if he's going to be up in estimates, but certainly reach out. I'm sure the Minister would be very energetic to have the conversation and elaborate on how that whole system does work.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
That's a fair response, so I will reach out to the Minister of Finance. He's not on estimates, but maybe at another time I can ask him that question along with others. The federal government, I think, recently added money to their budget regarding the mining industry along EV development. You know, are we looking as a government, or is the government, sorry, pardon me, looking to fund the mining industry? Should there be deposits of, you know, lithium, zinc, anything that may lead to us contributing to the EV sector?
My apologies, Minister. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not just about EVs, but it's about any green energy or green application that we can look at. We're certainly interested. It's a resource in Nova Scotia. We'd have to research it. We know that we sit on some of these minerals that are needed for green technology, but we have to do it in a sustainable manner that's safe with the environment. But Nova Scotia certainly does have the ability to play a role in promoting this.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Appreciate the minister's response. And constituents are telling me that there's no gold in them hills, but there's lithium in Yarmouth County. So just letting the minister know if he hasn't heard already. There seems to be quite a bit of that resource in southwestern Nova Scotia. I guess switching to hunting, the minister and I have talked about this a little bit, but in the last 2 years, for good reason, there's been delays in hunting courses being offered and certain staffing and resource challenges. But I wonder if the minister could comment on our courses up and running at full capacity?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, certainly we have had a couple conversations about the hunter training and recognize the fact that there was some backlog due to COVID issues. I would certainly want to update the member as most up to date that we can to see if there is still that backlog. I'd be very pleased to get that information to the member as soon as we can get our hands on it from staff, and I'll make sure that he does get the detailed update. If we are in a backlog situation, when can we expect to be up to date? And if we're not in a backlog situation, then we're back on to par.
I recognize the member from Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. Reading through the minister's mandate letter on page 2, I think it's the 9th bullet down from the top of the page. It mentions offer rebates during the first year of our government, up to 50% of the installation cost to service providers on the install of the one electric vehicle charging station. I guess my question to the minister, who are these providers?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, some of those providers, service stations, gas stations that typically people stop to fuel up, they'll be there. Grocery stores, I guess, anywhere that somebody could actually park a vehicle and have an interest in being part of this program.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister. And I guess a supplementary to that is beyond, which I understood to be fuel stations as well, but is there any opportunity, what's the criteria for a new entrepreneur or someone that may want to get into that offering to be considered as part of that program if they're beyond a grocery store, beyond a fuel, a gas station, but they've got the parking and the other infrastructure to do that?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess in quick form to the member opposite, part of that program still in the final stages of being developed, but something that the member can go back out and share with his colleagues and community as a government, but more importantly as a department. If there's somebody out there interested in taking on part of this, we want to hear from them soon. As soon as possible. I encourage the member to share contacts for our department, and we would love to have those conversations with any interested party.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
We're going to employ everyone in Annapolis County if we keep up at this rate, so this is great news. I guess further down, bullet point number 12 suggests explore preferential electricity rates for onshore aquaculture. I'm excited about this one. We've got a local entrepreneur, Hamilton's Fish. They're an onshore aquaculture business. I think the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture visited their location months ago. And my question on behalf of them and others that are considering onshore aquaculture, has this exploratory work begun? And if so, could you please update us on where that's at?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And these onshore fish farms, if you will, or for aquaculture, it's a great boost for the local economy. I know back home in Advocate, we have a huge resource in a fish farm there. But so part of what is in that mandate letter that you're referring to is still partially in development, and we are working with the aquaculture fisheries minister and his department to further these discussions and the program.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and looking forward to more information to take back to these business owners. Further down, I don't know the bullet number, second from the bottom on page 2, the Minister of Economic Development, this is in conjunction with, the Minister of Natural Resources Renewables will work with the Minister of Economic Development as they convene discussions with the province's major industry leaders, agriculture, fishing, forestry, anything that affects rural Nova Scotia. They will determine what steps they can take to take more environmentally conscious progress or make more environmentally conscious progress. I guess, can the minister talk about what steps have been taken to date?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I can give a relatively new update. We've had conversations with the Department of Economic Development as recently as this week, and same as different departments. A colleague at the ECC as well that works regularly with economic development. But the conversations would entail how can the two departments work as we roll out the process in ecological forestry. How is the two departments going to be intertwined and work together with different sectors and stakeholders in the development of renewable energy? We just recently talked about mining, and the member mentioned about the hills down towards Yarmouth Way that could be full of those minerals. Like those are conversations that our department are having with economic development to how can we roll these out all over Nova Scotia and benefit the economy along with the resources that lie under our department.
I recognize the member from Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister. And I guess my final question before I hand it over to my colleague in the NDP, on the next page, page 3, it mentions in conjunction with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing as they develop a full inventory of lands owned and identify areas that could be used for housing. You know, we're 8 months in. As everyone at this table knows, daily we're getting requests and pleads for help to build more affordable housing, find more affordable housing. I hired a student to just spend all day, or sorry, their few hours looking for affordable housing. And I just, you know, that's probably one of the partnerships that I'm focused mostly on right now is how is that work going between the Minister and Municipal Affairs and Housing on creating this inventory of Crown lands or other lands that could be used for affordable housing?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is certainly a very hot topic in our province right now. We recognize the fact, and I certainly understand and respect the fact that the members on the other side of the floor recognize this fact too. There is an issue with affordable housing all over Nova Scotia. When I was elected in 2018, it wasn't really an issue in Cumberland County, but in recent years, it's been one of the main phone calls that I do get. But what I can share with the member is it's not just our department that are having conversations with the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. It's many departments that are responsible for land, and it's a regular conversation that many of the cabinet ministers are having on a regular basis, along with staff with different departments of what lands are available that can be part of that development portion for housing, and still recognizing the needs of each department to still meet its mandate with the lands that they are responsible for. So I guess in short, the conversations are taking place, and steps are being taken to see what lands can be acquired or transferred over as the need be.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Minister. And, you know, with almost 350,000 Ks on my poor Toyota, I've seen, you know, a lot of these locations, and if I can help in any way to identify some of these key spots, I'm happy to help, not just on that file, but on any issue. If I can help locally, I'm happy to. So thank you, and thanks to everyone for being here.
I now recognize the member for Dartmouth South with, let's see, now's the time. The time now is 3:22.
Thank you, and hello again to the Minister. I think I'll start by just picking up where we left off, and we were talking about the offshore. I had asked about the offshore growth strategy, and I think the minister said it was wrapping up. So I guess I wonder, is there funding in this budget, or is there a line that the minister could point to for the promotion of offshore oil and gas exploration?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking through the line items, there's nothing new in the budget line items.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Okay, thank you. The minister's business plan refers to onshore geoscience research initiatives to support the circular opportunities of exploration and development in the mineral, petroleum, and energy sectors. And I'm reading because I don't understand what that means. So I guess my question to the minister is, could he define circular opportunities for the petroleum sector?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's not necessarily about the petroleum that we're specific about there, but geothermal would fall into that category. Carbon capturing and storage would fall into that category. Sort of as we're looking at the abandoned mines, how can we capture some of the tailings and clean that up as well through that whole process.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, but are any of those directly related to the petroleum sector? I mean, forgive my ignorance, but carbon capture, storage, cleaning abandoned mines. Just trying to figure out how that relates to the petroleum sector.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing directly related to the petroleum sector at this time.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So the Georges Bank moratorium is set to expire in less than 8 months. We talked about that last session. I'm wondering, now that some time has passed, if the minister can tell us when he and his federal counterparts will be introducing legislation to permanently protect Georges Bank.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure the member opposite can appreciate that it's two levels of government that are working on this. There has been recent communications on this file, and there will be an announcements very, very shortly.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And without giving away anything, can the minister just confirm that action will be taken before the moratorium expires?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe if I remember the exchange or conversation back from last fall, it's my goal to have decisions and documents signed well before that deadline.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So there haven't been any new bids for offshore oil exploration off our coast in about 5 years. That's my understanding. As we have discussed previously, the only potentially attractive exploration areas, are in proximity to Georges Bank, which, I think there's a good evidence that would say that could be a real threat to our lobster industry, which of course is hugely important to the economy of this province and lots of households in this province. Is the minister considering to wind down offshore oil and gas exploration and stop calling for bids, especially given the warning of the IPCC and the global consensus about, these types of extractive projects?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'd like to elaborate on some comments that I did have in the fall session of the legislature. But recently, the two governments did agree on a new chair for that board that is dual government, federal and provincial. But I still emphasize the fact that I would like to see some sort of transition from that board and sort of go in line with what our government's perspective is and ambitions are for greener energy.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that. But just to be clear, does the minister have the authority as far as, as you understand, to just issue a moratorium? And if so, what would be the hesitation in doing that? Just not calling for any more bids?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's a dual level government board. So any of those decisions like that would have to come from both levels of government to move one way or the other.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
And can the minister share, anything about conversations in that direction? I assume those have been happening. Is there an appetite to kind of recognize that transition on the federal level?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I can say is there's been very recent conversations, very recent, and there will be an announcements very shortly.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear about that. I wanted to look ahead to or move on to a couple questions about the Low Carbon Communities Fund. So several recipients of that grant in this fiscal year are working on deep energy retrofits using panels similar to the model of Energy Sprong. I think we saw, although I haven't had the chance to look closely, but we saw some type of pilot for that in the federal budget, I believe, that was just released. That model's being scaled up across Europe and has a huge amount of potential to reduce power bills and GHG emissions. We've talked a fair amount about this today and in the past, that a big part of our net zero commitment has to be not just transitioning our energy sector, but reducing our use through efficiency. Is the minister looking at scaling up this type of model for Nova Scotia, and are there any funds in the budget to support that for this year?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we have done one pilot here in the province, and since the low carbon community fund has expired per se, but I do recognize that there's different funding that was announced yesterday in the federal budget. Department staff are certainly going to have their eyes open and review that and see what we can get access to, and build upon that pilot that we have done. So it is something that we're certainly interested in.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
So aside from leveraging federal funds, is there any appetite to scale up this model in Nova Scotia, or funds in our budget, this budget, for work related to it?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as I said, we do have one pilot project in the province. And although there's no certain allocation in the budget at this present time for those projects or further projects, we do look forward to working very closely with that pilot project right now. And certainly will not hinder us from working forward with other programs, or in essence, the current budget that's sit before us, to see what we can work with as we work and evolve with that one pilot project.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So, we've heard a lot about shifting to buy local, which is great. A lot of the way that we've focused on that over the past few years is to think about import replacement. And one of the neat things I think about that retrofit model is that, they're prefabricated panels, essentially. I'm wondering if the minister or himself, or in conjunction with economic development, has done any analysis into manufacturing opportunities of producing those panels here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So internally here, no, we haven't had any of those discussions. I obviously can't speak for the Department of Economic Development, but I will certainly be reaching out, and if I hear anything different, I'll certainly share that. But something that we are playing a role in is researching any any minerals that we could be a key player in advancing for that green technology.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And yeah, I think as we've talked about, we're in the midst of a transition, and what that transition looks like is really up to us. And so I think these kind of opportunities, manufacturing, and anything that sort of supports the products and services that we'll need in the future are great areas of exploration. So I hope that the minister does follow up on that. And I, like I say, I don't know a lot about that energy sprung model, but what I know about it is really interesting, and I think potentially has a lot of application for us. And so if that does expand, I would just encourage that manufacturing piece to be on the radar, because I think there could be a lot of good opportunity there. I wanted to shift just a bit and ask, in the minister's opening comments, he talked about electric vehicles, that $1 million incentive for installing infrastructure in condos and apartments. Could the minister just elucidate on that a little bit? Like, what's the structure of that program?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yeah, this is something that I'm very excited about, especially how we're going to get some of those EV chargers out to the rural areas of Nova Scotia. But the program is actually going to be administered by a third-party organization. So I will certainly, I'll commit right now today to make sure that the member opposite gets the information needed, so she has a full understanding of how that program is going to roll out, and certainly encourage all members to sort of endorse this program, so we ensure that we get the charging units all over the province, so we can embrace this whole program.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Thanks to the minister for that answer. I would love to know more about it, and that question in particular is one that I'm starting to get more and more frequently from constituents who move into apartments in particular, or condo buildings, and then find that there's no charging infrastructure, and then run into a lot of blocks with their condo boards or building owners around installation of those. And I guess the addendum also that I would put onto that is that in general, as constituency MLAs, like, I haven't received any information about, I mean, I'm in touch with the Clean Foundation because they're in my constituency, so that's helpful, but I don't have any specific information as to where chargers might show up in my constituency. Right now we have one public EV charger in downtown Dartmouth, which is at Micmac Mall, so it's not even really in downtown Dartmouth. And so that's, I would say, a hugely missed opportunity. We have 2 ferry terminals. We have, a fair number of surface parking lots where that could show up. I mean, when Communauto, now CarShare, was launched, they found a way to get their vehicles all over downtown Dartmouth, which I think kind of made a difference in our kind of transportation energy load, and I would suggest that chargers would do the same. So, if the minister and maybe the Minister of Environment, if you guys are working together, can let MLAs know where that infrastructure is, where it could be, what the programs are. I think that's, at a constituency level, really good work that we could do to help spread that. So just a plug to say, phone lines are always open. But moving on from there, let me just see. If we just go back for a moment to the Leahy review evaluation, one of the recommendations is maximizing opportunities for landowners to access carbon markets. So, you know, I think that's something that we've talked around a little bit when we've talked about forestry, but I wonder if the minister can give an update on to work related to this specific recommendation from the Leahy review.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back quickly to the EVs and just make a quick comment, something that the members probably aware, but NextRide actually does have an online map currently, and as many chargers as they're aware of is on that online program. And as the RFPs go out for the new charging units, it's certainly something that we'll be incorporating with, and I will certainly, staff had already shaken their head that we'll certainly share information around with all the MLA offices, because this is something that we have to scatter all across the province, and any help that we can get within the department to make sure that this takes place, we'll be having those conversations. But back to the carbon storage. So the Innovation Trust announced, I believe it was late fall, early winter last year, as to how private woodlot owners can actually be working in collaboration with our department to review that as well of the carbon storage within their forests.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks. So just to clarify, what was it that was announced by the Forestry Innovation Trust?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that is projects that are under the Family Forest Network. There was an array of a few different projects that were announced through them. Just one example is how can that group work with private woodlot owners to take part in the carbon trading.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Okay, thanks. We'll follow up on that. One of the comments about the draft old growth forest policy in the Leahy evaluation was that there was no reference to the cultural importance of old forests to the Mi'kmaq or incorporation of Indigenous knowledge into the policy. We had the introduction of the Mi'kmaq Language Act yesterday by the Minister of Elnu Affairs, and there's been a signal that we need to obviously take Indigenous knowledge and Mi'kmaq wisdom into account, particularly when it comes to stewardship of our natural resources. I think that's one of the transitions that we've acknowledged we have to make. And so I wonder if this comment, if any action has come from it, has that been rectified in the policy, or can the minister comment in general about how the department is approaching that?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I certainly recognize the importance that the Mi'kmaq played with their traditional forests and the consultation process. And through the old growth policy, we certainly did do elaborate consultation portions and certainly did a consultation with the Mi'kmaq. And we certainly didn't hear any of those concerns at the time, but the final product isn't finalized as of yet, and that will be released late spring or early summer.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Well, it'll be interesting to see, it may be that Professor Leahy was, speaking only for himself, but it does seem sort of self-evident that we would want to incorporate that kind of language. So maybe that's worth looking into. During the election, there was a lot of conversation around blue ribbon panels of subject experts, which, I don't know, somehow it makes me think of the blue ribbon part makes me think of like a pie eating contest, but I know that's not what we're talking about. But I'm wondering, one of the ways that was raised in particular was as a solution for divisive environmental assessment issues. So, when we have industry pitted against environment, which we certainly saw in the session leading up to the election, I would say, around the Biodiversity Act, I guess the notion is that these blue ribbon panels could give us solid, uncontested facts on which to make our decisions. I'm wondering, now that the minister's been in government for a few months, if that notion still stands, and if there's any thought of how that could be used with regards to forestry or in your department.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And certainly, if it's a blue ribbon competition, I would certainly hope that it's good Cumberland County blueberries that we're going to have in those pies. But in all seriousness, the blue ribbon panel that was discussed, it would certainly fall under the Department of Environment and not Natural Resources and Renewables.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Okay, well, I'll ask the Minister of the Environment what kind of produce is most pie-worthy in Dartmouth East, and then whether the blue ribbon panel is being established anytime soon. So I guess the answer there, though, is that would not apply, that's not a topic of consideration in the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, that type of panel wouldn't play a role in, say, forestry or mining or, kind of any of the various activities of the department.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, there's been no conversation about a blue ribbon panel in the department since I've sat in this chair, but it's not to say that there wouldn't be a roundtable panel that could be formed if an issue were to arise. But to this date, there's been no discussion about a roundtable blue ribbon panel, if you will, within this department.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And I just want, I may have missed this because I was out of the room for a bit when my colleagues were asking questions, but I was very struck by the conversation we had at committee a couple months ago about abandoned mine sites and the astronomical cost of cleanup. And the fact that that cost is only booked when that evaluation is done and the project starts, and we know that we have abandoned mine sites all over the province. I'm wondering, is there any, does that budget just somehow magically appear in the fiscal year when a mine is going to be cleaned up? Or is there any fund or space where, you know, the government as a whole or the minister's department is planning for that? Because that's just a massive ongoing cost that, you know, we're going to be paying for decades.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in this budget this year, there's $1 million set aside to do the site assessments on some of these projects. So when we have a better understanding of each project, that's when I guess myself as a minister would go to cabinet to make a request when we have a better understanding of the project costs that would be incurred to clean up a certain specific site. But I also want to make a comment too that after the assessment's done, there could be sites that actually don't need any remediation. It may be a manner of maintaining the existence that it's in right now.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. That's helpful in terms of process. I mean, I hope it's not magical thinking in terms of, I mean, my assumption is that there's a lot of remediation that needs to get done. I mean, certainly there may be some that don't need it, but based on, you know, kind of what we heard at that committee and in general, you know, we have a lot of work to do. But I'm glad to hear that that work is going on in terms of evaluating. I was struck, and I'm not sure, to be honest, if this is in Natural Resources and Renewables or Department of Environment right now, but I was struck today at the comments of the Minister of Finance in response to a question about housing. I can't remember the exact question, but you know, his response was essentially, we need to have flexibility over how to spend government funds, and we don't want to. I think it was about whether the new tax on property transfer was going to go into a special fund for affordable housing. And the minister's response was, well, no, you know, we want to have flexibility. We want to be able to spend the money the way we want to spend it. We don't want to tie our hands. But in fact, you know, we've done that very successfully, I would argue, with the Green Fund, where, you know, we've made sure that the money raised from our version of carbon pricing is put in this fund and is spent, you know, for appropriate mitigation efforts. Could the minister confirm if the plan is to retain the green fund in that way, or are we at risk for need for flexibility?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And what I can say about that is sort of the design and concept of that green fund lies solely over at environment and climate change. I guess the benefit that we do get in our department is once that funding is available, we work hand in hand where the allocations are going to go, but the development and the monitoring of that actually does go with the Department of Environment and Climate Change.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Okay, well, I'll ask the Minister of Environment and Climate Change directly one of these days. We're finishing up. We just have a couple of minutes. One of the legislative changes that we've been pushing for is acknowledgement of kind of low-income status or energy poverty in the mandate of the UARB. Those words now appear in the new act that's been tabled. I'm not totally clear on what their impact is, but certainly glad to see them there. I know that the minister has talked about, some low-income retrofit and efficiency efforts. I wonder if the minister would commit to creating an energy poverty strategy with benchmarks, because this is a crucial effort that needs to be undertaken and one that can easily kind of be overlooked. Is that something that the department would consider doing? Is that work that's happening in a different way?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I don't think it's any surprise that I'm certainly not going to commit to any strategy in this forum and this type of conversation. But what I will commit to the member opposite is we've had elaborate stakeholder consultations, conversations, phone calls to the department that have sort of developed into the programs that we do offer right now. And as we do go through a transitional change of how Nova Scotians do receive electricity and energy, I certainly do commit to the member opposite and all Nova Scotians that energy poverty is certainly something that I do recognize. Affordability of anything in today's economy is certainly very, very important to myself and our government. But I do commit that we'll stay engaged with these conversations and programs that we can certainly help achieve some of these common goals.
I'll put it back to you to thank the minister if you wish. I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Yeah, and we want to leave time for the minister to close up and read the resolution. So thank you so much to the minister. Thank you for the hardworking staff and the department for being present and answering these questions, and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you to the member. And before concluding the consideration of estimates for this evening, I invite the minister to offer closing remarks and then read the department's estimates resolution. Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I first off, I want to thank all the members that had a chance and an opportunity to ask questions today and engage in a conversation. And I certainly want to leave that door open to carry on conversations that's even outside of this realm. It's very important for Nova Scotians, for all parties that are involved to have these conversations. Importantly as well, I want to recognize staff that are with me today, but also staff that all the information available for us to make available any of the answers. It's a lot of hardworking staff behind each minister, and that's how we achieve our goals in Nova Scotia. So I do want to recognize that, and everybody at Ledge TV and the legislature that allows us to do this on an annual basis. As much of a pain it might be for them, it's part of our legislative process and our democracy, and it's something that we do respect. But Mr. Chair, be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $134,886 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables pursuant to the estimates.
Thank you, Minister. Shall Resolution E15 stand? All those in favor say agree. Those opposed? The resolution stands. It is now 4:02, and the House is set to adjourn at 5 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. So I ask you to return to your seats in the legislative chambers, and the committee of the whole House must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. Meeting adjourned.